Good evening. It is 5:45, so I will call to order the August 6th, 2026 regular meeting of the Hendersonville City Council. We begin our meetings with a silent invocation for people to pray or meditate as they choose, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. You'll rise, please. You'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we have public comment. We have two people signed up for public comment this evening. Is there anyone online seeking recognition for public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So if we could limit the time to about no more than 5 minutes, since there are only two of you. And we'll ask you to come to the microphone, give your name and your address for the clerk's record. First, Eva Ritchie.
Good evening. My name is Eva Ritchie. I live at 1928 Brevard Road in Henderson County. In 1968, the National Park Service became the stewards of the Carl Sandburg home. But by virtue of its location in our community, we also became the stewards of the Carl Sandburg home, this special place. Over the years, the home and property has become a valuable cultural and economic gift to us. During the last 50 years, we have been good stewards of this gift. But the question now is, are we being good stewards of this gift now? In 2022, due to weather, not Helene, and age, the Front Lake Dam built in the 1850s failed. In 2024, before Hurricane Helene, the National Park Service authorized $1,081,600 for the repair. Since then, it seems the money has disappeared. It should be noted that these monies from the National Park Service are separate from FEMA funds and would not affect the restoration funds for Hurricane Helene victims. The question has come up, where did the money go? And I can tell you that nobody up to this point seems to be able to say where the money went to. Here we are in the 250-year anniversary of America, and another question should be asked. Shouldn't one of America's greatest poets and patriots, the writer of the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography on Abraham Lincoln, be treated with more respect? The Carl Sandburg Home National Historic Site, with 149,000 visitors in 2023, was the first U.S. poet's residence designated as a National Historic Site. Yet he and Mrs. Sandburg's home is being neglected. Before I go on to just the last two paragraphs, I wanted to make one personal remark about it and why I know so much about it too. In 2022, when the dam failed, that meant the bridge went out. There was no way to get older folks and others up to the house. So they called my company, the trolley company, and asked, would we consider, offering, transportation? Could we do that? This was the Friends of Carl Sandburg that called us. And I said, yes, I think we can do that for a month. And so we did, and I drove it. Not all the time, we have different drivers, but I drove it. I think there's a feeling among many communities and all of us that when something is in your backyard, it just becomes common. You know, you kind of take it for granted. So I think there's a feeling out there that the Carl Sandburg home has become basically a walking trail for locals. And I'm here to tell you that is not true. One of the most special people, I think, that I transported during that time, it was a couple. He was very elderly. He and his wife had come there because he loved the writings of Carl Sandburg, and this was on his bucket list. And they had come all the way from Indiana to come and visit the Carl Sandburg home. And I can tell you that he was not the exception, that people are coming here from out of the county, out of the state, and in some cases out of the country to visit this home. We have now a nonpartisan petition to restore the funds has garnered over 237 signatures from citizens who value both the economic and cultural importance of the Carl Sandburg home, as well as taxpayer accountability. And I'm going to leave a copy of this with the secretary. I would ask that she would distribute it to you. You can see all the names that are on there. We, the signees of this petition, are asking two things of you. One, an accountability report for the taxpayer funds that were appropriated, and two, a letter of support and request from you to the National Park Service and our federal officials asking that the monies be returned. The taxpayers of Henderson County and the region have a right and responsibility to know that their tax dollars are being spent for the purpose intended. The Carl Sandburg home is a unique and special place, and it is our responsibility to maintain it. I just feel as though it is such an embarrassment to our community to go over there and see what it's looked like for 4 long years and before Helene. And I would say to you as elected officials, it's going to take you to help us. We've got to have you to contact the federal people and to say, this is important to us. Where's the money? We want to move ahead, and we don't want to be here 4 years from now, which I can see it could be, you know, if we don't. So thank you so much for the time to bring this to your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie, for the reminder. Jeff Groh.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Groh. I live on North Main Street here in Hendersonville, and as you know, I'm running for council as well. I want to thank you for your service to the residents of Hendersonville. I want to comment on the last meeting concerning the data center moratorium. While I understand the pressure that you're under for this moratorium, I would personally urge caution, particularly in terms of banning data centers. I believe is a knee-jerk reaction. I'm asking basically that you provide more information at your second meeting, the end of August, about what your plan really is for this before you take the vote on September 4th, because by that time it'll be too late for the public really to understand what your rationale is and what the plan is. I'm personally skeptical of banning these facilities for a variety of reasons. First, you already have some powerful zoning tools, though I'm not sure of the impact of SB 382 and how that restricts your downzoning ability. There's also tools that are proposed in SB 730 that address some of the negative impacts on the communities. Secondly, the technology for these centers is rapidly changing to reduce or eliminate the burden particularly on water and electric use. And there are basic economics at work here. These companies want to reduce their biggest input cost, which is electric and water, in order to improve their profitability. Third, these facilities provide very high-paying jobs, pay taxes, and are relatively clean as far as manufacturing facilities are concerned. So I'd hate to see us restrict that opportunity here for the community. And fourth, whether you like it or not, AI is coming and more data centers are going to be built. I fortunately had an opportunity to speak with Gordon G. Chang, a well-known China expert, and also former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum, about the efforts nationally to ban these centers. They were both here recently, locally, to give some talks. They made 3 really important, compelling points to me. One is, if you think more globally and not just what's happening here in Hendersonville, we have to win the AI battle with China. We are in a battle with China on AI. And it's for the control of this technology versus whether it's going to be controlled in the U.S. or it's going to be controlled by China, which means controlled by the CCP. Second, a lot of the grassroots opposition to these centers around the country is being funded by nefarious groups that don't necessarily agree with our vision of society here. Many of them linked to the CCP. Third, and this is, I think, an important point, given the choice between your data being stored here in the U.S. Or stored in China and controlled by the CCP, I'll take the U.S. every time. And finally, I think in general, the more government gets in the way of commerce, the worse things can get. I think the government should stay out of the way as much as possible. So effort's going to cost money and time, legal fees and money for the staff. And I just question whether that money wouldn't be better spent on other priorities. Finally, I think it's somewhat ironic that council might potentially ban data centers, but without much public discussion, as far as I'm aware, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you've embraced the AI-powered flock surveillance cameras. In all fairness to you, the police department recently released clear policies that are in place to safeguard the use of that technology, and there are certainly benefits, to law enforcement. But I might suggest that you consider getting out in front of this issue, maybe do a public presentation to explain better how those cameras are being used and how you're protecting the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe. All right. Agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to have added to or removed from this evening's agenda? Or a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council approve the agenda as presented.
Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of approving the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. We have our agenda. Consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda anyone would like to have moved to the regular agenda so it can be discussed? Or a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. We've got that. Okay. We have several presentations this evening. First one is an introduction, and this is of the new director of Hands On. You're just coming.
Mayor Vogt,
Wanna
members of
do?
City Council,
Okay.
Lindsay, come on up. I didn't feel like you should introduce yourself, so we have not formally met, but I am glad to have Lindsay Gordon here, who's the new executive director at Hands On Children's Museum. So I'll let her tell you about herself and introduce herself.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, and good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Again, my name is Lindsay Gordon, and I recently had the privilege of becoming the executive director of the Hands On Children's Museum. And I wanted to take a moment to introduce myself, express my appreciation for the warm welcome I've received, and thank you for your continued support for both Hands On Children's Museum and the People's Museum. Your investment in these community resources help preserve our history while creating opportunities for children and families to learn, explore, and connect. I am a Brevard native, but I also have family ties here in Hendersonville. My dad actually didn't graduate, he attended North Avenue School. It's especially meaningful now to serve a community that has been part of my family's story and my own roots here in Western North Carolina. Throughout my career, I have been passionate about using museums to strengthen communities through education, accessibility, and meaningful engagement. I believe Hands On is much more than a children's museum. It's a place where curiosity is sparked, lifelong learning begins, and families from across our region come together. It is a haven. As I begin this role, I look forward to building strong partnerships with the city, our community organizations, and each of you. I'm excited to work together to ensure our museum continues to enrich the lives of residents and visitors for years to come. So thank you again for your continued support for the Hands-On Children's Museum and the People's Museum. And I look forward to working alongside each of you in creating those meaningful opportunities for children and families here in the city of Hendersonville. And again, thank you for your time. So do you have any questions for me about my first weeks in this role? I'm 30 days old today. So do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Lindsay? Well, good to see you again, and I'm
Yes.
sure we will see you back here again in the future.
Yes.
Thank
and I
you.
Just want to thank Mr. John, and just thank you for all your thoughtfulness and for the opportunity. I recognize that the city is also entering into a period of transition over the next coming months as Mr. Conant prepares his well-earned retirement. And I wanted to thank you for your years of service and dedication to Hendersonville. And I look forward to working with whomever you all select in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next is recognition of city employees earning NCLTAP Rhodes Scholar certifications. Okay. And if you can explain what that is.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. First of all, I'd like to have a few folks come up here. Could I have Steve Alverson, Timmy Hensley, Jeremy Buckner, and Brent Pope come up? Why don't you just stay here and then Brandy can figure out where to take photos from. So we are here to recognize our Rhodes Scholar recipients, and tonight we're recognizing 3 city employees who have earned Rhodes Scholar status through the Institute for Transportation Research and Education at NC State University. So Steve Alverson, our Risk and Safety Officer, Timmy Hensley, Street Maintenance Supervisor, Jeremy Buckner, Traffic Engineering Technician, have each completed 7 NC LTAP, which is the Local Technical Assistance Program, courses covering road maintenance, safety, drainage, and related technical and managerial skills to earn this professional distinction. And I would also like to have a special recognition of Brent Pope, our traffic engineering supervisor, who has earned the highest distinction offered through the program, the Master Rhodes Scholar. And to reach this level, Brent completed the Rhodes Scholar, the Advanced Rhodes Scholar, those 2 programs, and then in addition completed 6 advanced level courses and completed a case study paper on a local transportation project. And he'll describe that in more detail here in a second. No, I'm just kidding. So I'd like to congratulate all 4 of you and thank you for investing in your professional development and for the work you do to keep Hendersonville streets safe and well maintained. I'll pass these out. And while they're still up there and super uncomfortable, I do want to so much of what they do is thankless. I wanted to publicly thank them. I'm sure if some of you have been downtown recently, especially in the morning, you've seen a lot of activity going on. There is some grinding of sidewalk, replacement of sidewalk, removing of sidewalk. There are our brick crosswalks that are meticulously being pulled out and leveled, all ahead of Apple Festival when we have 250,000+ people here. So I kind of want to take the opportunity to thank them, as well as Brendan Shanahan and Chris Connard over there that have been directing that activity. But much of what these guys do is very thankless and it's very behind the scenes. And I just want to take the opportunity, again, while they're up here standing in front of everybody and super uncomfortable, to thank them publicly.
Thank you all for taking your time to improve your knowledge and skills and being able to come back and share it with the city. and all of our residents. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
personal privilege. Brian, in your report with the strategic plan, are you going to talk about the positive momentum we've made with Timmy Hensley with the pavement cuts? Are you going to mention that? I want to make sure while Timmy's here,
I am
the
going to mention
council
that.
know
Yes.
that the message has been heard. Fix the damn streets, right, Timmy? And Timmy has taken that motto, taken it seriously, and you will hear later what a great job that street division is doing, fixing the utility cuts and the potholes around the street as they're reported to us. So I just wanted to recognize Timmy, everybody, and then I could go on about Brett and the parking deck and Jeremy. I could go on forever about the whole team, but Timmy doesn't like to come into places like this often, so I want to make sure we recognize him and tell him we appreciate what he's doing.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, well, it's almost the end of summer, so it is time to hear from our student interns. First, we have Jules Chapin-Sy and the MSD case study.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you all for being here. My name is Jules Chapin-Sy, and Ethan and I have had the privilege of working with the city as summer admin interns this summer. Over the past 3 months, we have worked on our own individual research projects, which we will be presenting to you today. This evening, I am presenting my research on the 7th Ave city investment through the years 2010 to present day 2026. A little bit about me. I am a rising junior at Bryn Mawr College near the Philadelphia area. I am pursuing a Bachelor's of Arts degree in the Growth and Structure of Cities and French and Francophone Studies. And I have an interest in pursuing urban planning or civil engineering. I am here before you today to inform you about the past and recent city investment in the 7th Ave area while analyzing the impacts of not only the economic development of the business corridor, but also the surrounding neighborhoods around it. The key research question that I will be analyzing today is, how can local governments use tools such as municipal service districts or MSDs alongside various other city investments to promote economic revitalization while minimizing gentrification and the risk of resident displacement? Along with my individual research, I also had the chance and opportunity to interview community members as well. For the purpose of this presentation, gentrification is explored as more than a process of neighborhood redevelopment. It is understood as a process of displacement and transformation. As new residents and investment enter a neighborhood, they can reshape its physical landscape, economic conditions, and cultural character, often reorienting how the community is identified, represented, and valued. On this map shown here is the 7th Ave Municipal Service District. A Municipal Service District, or MSD, is a defined area within a municipality in which the unit's governing board levies an additional property tax in order to provide extra services to the residents or properties in the district. Local governments have long grappled with the challenge of revitalizing areas affected by disinvestment, crime, and economic decline. Hendersonville's 7th Avenue Municipal Service District, or MSD, demonstrates a case study in which city investment can help transform a historically stigmatized area marked by vacant buildings, homelessness, and public safety concerns and turn it into a vibrant business district, while also influencing the surrounding neighborhoods. Here shown on the map is the 7th Ave area, which I will be analyzing today. Highlighted in burgundy red is the 7th Ave MSD I was mentioning earlier. Some key places to note is the train depot, the rescue mission, some businesses around the 7th Ave area in this corner, as well as the police station and then some couple parks, which is the William H. King Memorial Park, as well as Sullivan Park. And then Boys and Girls Club here, and then the yellow hashed parcels are the Green Meadows neighborhood. Next, I will go into some demographics. I use publicly available 2010 and 2020 census data. I highlight 3 different geographic areas: Henderson County, City of Hendersonville, and the 7th Ave area, which consists of 36 census blocks. Since I use publicly available census data, these following charts have a slight margin of error. This is a population chart showing the population changes from 2010 to 2020. The population in Henderson County increased by 8.9%. In the city, it increased by 15.2%, and in the 7th Ave area, it decreased by 10.2%, losing 82 residents. Next, these are the race demographics, shown as a side-by-side comparison between 2010 and 2020 in race ethnicity pie charts. The data here shows a noticeable shift toward greater racial and ethnic diversity from 2010 to 2020 in the 7th Ave area, with the mixed race defined as 2 or more races increasing by 7%. While Black or African American residents remained one of the largest groups, their share declined by 13%. Hispanic residents increased to 30% in 2020, with an increase of 6% from 2010, while white stayed roughly the same, only decreasing by 2%. Shown on these swipe maps, you can see the changes in the same exact data that was on the previous slide. This is the map showing 2010 changes, and then this is the map showing 2020. Each dot represents one person. In these swipe maps, you can visually see the increase in mixed population identified in bright pink as 2 or more, as well as the increase of Hispanic in dark purple. To note, the race dots shown here are just a visual representation where each race dot is randomly placed within each census block, which may show a small margin of error. Next, I will go to talk about the historical context. I will share a brief timeline of key moments, talk about the train depot, then a little bit about urban renewal, and then the Brooklyn neighborhood, which is now considered as the Green Meadows neighborhood. Some key moments in time in the 7th Ave area. The train arrives in Hendersonville in 1879. In the 1960s and 70s is urban renewal and resident housing displacement. In 1968, the passenger rail service stopped, and in 1971, MLK Jr. Boulevard was constructed into the 7th Ave area. Sometime in the 1980s, Sullivan Park was created, and in 1998, the 7th Ave MSD was established. In 2015, the 7th Avenue MSD came under city management as well as a district expansion, and between 2018 to current, there are some infrastructure projects that I will highlight later on in the presentation. And finally, Hurricane Helene hit in 2024. The historic train depot. Hendersonville's first train depot was built in 1879, with the new mode of transportation connecting Hendersonville to Saluda and other cities. This area became a bustling hub of commercial business. The historic train depot, used for passengers as well as for business, however, the train stopped passenger service in 1968. Urban renewal happened in the 1960s and 1970s. Urban renewal started with the Housing Act of 1949. It was a federal government-led strategy aimed at revitalizing declining city areas considered as blighted and upgrading infrastructure, in this case housing, and spurring private development. Urban renewal was also known as the era of slum clearance. This is a 1930s redlining map of Hendersonville. As you can see on this map, the only area considered as blighted in Hendersonville was the 7th Ave area across the train tracks, also known as the Brooklyn neighborhood. The other categories labeled on this map are best residential, good residential, poor residential, and industrial. Next is the Brooklyn neighborhood. Brooklyn neighborhood was historically primarily African American neighborhood, which is now considered present day as Green Meadows neighborhood. Brooklyn took root in the late 1800s as emancipated slaves sought work and settled in houses along a brook, explaining the likelihood of the name Brooklyn. During urban renewal, residents were offered a meager stipend to move elsewhere. By 1972, all the homes in the neighborhood were demolished to create new housing development, now renamed to Green Meadows neighborhood. However, the neighborhood's culture and sense of community were largely lost as a result of urban renewal. Many displaced families were unable to return because of the new housing's unaffordability. Although some families were able to move back, the neighborhood's community spirit had already diminished due to the displacement and dispersion of longtime residents. This is the original map of the Brooklyn neighborhood. Next is Green Meadows Park, which was renamed to William H. King Memorial Park in 1982. In this preliminary plan, Green Meadows Park was going to have a lake, a softball and football field, as well as tennis and shuffleboard courts. Sylvan Park was planned to have a plaza, a multi-purpose court, and tables. However, this plan never came to be. This is a map showing the same exact preliminary map on aerial imagery. Next, I will be going into the views into the case study. To better understand all the different ways to explore city investment in the 7th Ave area, after establishing the Municipal Service District, we can look at 6 key focus areas to better understand the impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods and community. First is neighborhood history and community organizations. In 1989, the 7th Avenue Historic District was established in the National Register. A key community-led project is the Community Garden. The revitalization started in 2023, and the project secured roughly $55,000 from various nonprofits in the city of Hendersonville. In an effort to preserve neighborhood identity and culture, an unnamed creek in the Green Meadows neighborhood was given the name Brooklyn Creek. Along with it, there is a bird sanctuary. Some community organizations include the Rescue Mission, which is a nonprofit that provides shelter and resources for people experiencing homelessness. Another is the Boys and Girls Club, which provides a recreational and educational space for the youth. Next is zoning and policy. Another policy tool that the city considered was developing an urban redevelopment area, which is defined as a geographic area targeted for redevelopment by a local government in compliance with the urban redevelopment law. For an area to be eligible for a designation, the targeted area must be classified as blighted, and once designated, the local government may use special statutory powers designed to attract private investment and facilitate redevelopment. However, the city did not choose to pursue this option. Here shown is the 2011 and 2026 zoning changes map. This is 2011 and this is 2026. As shown on this map, the primary changes occur within the 7th Ave MSD, where several industrial and residential parcels have been rezoned to central mixed use, creating greater flexibility for a mix of residential and commercial new development. Next is public safety. The new police station construction was completed in 2021, with the total project cost around $11.5 million. There have also been lighting improvements with new street lighting along 7th Avenue, and some public safety cameras were put up in addition throughout the city, not just 7th Avenue. The city continues and provides numerous opportunities for public input, with the upcoming splash day at Sullivan Park, where residents and more will have a chance to provide feedback and concerns related to public safety. Next is strong infrastructure. Since 2018, the city has invested around $9.5 million in sidewalk improvements, water, sewer, and stormwater improvements, and in addition, upcoming this year, projects include street resurfacing and curb ramps to be compliant with ADA standards. Future allocated projects in 2027 have an allocated cost of a little over $1.6 million. Next is housing. The housing rehab program was centered around the 7th Ave area within the Municipal Service District, or MSD, between Cherry and Beach Street. The city was granted the CDBG NR21 grant, also known as the Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization. With these funds, and alongside the partnership with Housing Assistance, we rehabbed 3 homes and added sidewalks. The total investment for the program, being approximately $931,000, included the CDBG grant as well as additional financial support from the city. Next is economic development. As I said earlier, in 1998, the 7th Avenue MSD was established. By 2015, the 7th Ave MSD was expanded and under city management. And for the Main Street program, the Main Street program switched from nonprofit to a city program around the same time the 7th Ave MSD came under city management. Since 2020, facade grants have been given in partnership with the nonprofit Friends of Downtown, Hendersonville, and they are incentives for exterior improvements to properties of Main Street and 7th Avenue historic districts, with awards which are based on the quality of proposed improvements in compliance with historic preservation guidelines. Downtown beautification initiatives included the installation of hanging flower baskets along 7th Avenue as well. An additional initiative included the creation of dedicated downtown event staff positions to support programming, community events, and economic activity within the district. To add, the farmers market on Maple Street, started in 2020, has brought many people together across Henderson County every Saturday. Next are some value per acre maps that are 3D that I will be showing next. On these maps, yellow are residential parcels, red represents commercial, lavender purple are nonprofits, governmental is in blue, and gray is vacant land. An overview of total average value per acre. From 2011 to 2016, the total average value per acre decreased by 19%. Quick note, many of the nonprofits do not have substantial value per acre until 2020. From 2016 to 2020, the total average value per acre increased by 47%. From 2020 to 2026, it increased by 136%. The tallest tower shown on this map in blue is the new police station. Over the whole time period between 2011 to 2026, the total average value per acre increases by 176%. For just commercial parcels from 2011 to 2026, the average value per acre increased by 61%. For residential, however, in the same time period of 2011 to 2026, it increased by 115%, roughly increasing 8% per year. Since this percent increase seems shockingly high, in comparison with the citywide average, the assessed value growth over the same time period is about 185%, or increasing by 12% per year. Over the years, there have been a lot of commercial land infill, especially within the 7th Ave Municipal Service District. Like I said with zoning previously, the zoning changes within the MSD from residential or an industrial to central mixed use within the MSD allows for new development to occur. To add, several 7th Avenue parcels transitioned from commercial to nonprofit land classification between 2011 and 2026. Despite the land class change, property values per acre remain strong, with some increasing more than 120%. For residential, many homes on Pace and Grove Street experience some of the largest percent increases in value per acre between 2011 and 2026. Martin Circle also had several parcels doubling in value per acre during the same time period. This is a table of the overall average value per acre percent changes that I mentioned previously. In conclusion, revisiting the original research question, this case study shows overall that the use of the MSD, along with city investment strategies, has revitalized the 7th Ave area, and the data we analyzed does not show trends that would heighten the risk of displacement. This successful case study shows how a disinvested area like 7th Avenue could change into a vibrant business corridor, thus creating the potential for future municipal service district expansions. Some commercial MSD highlights in the 7th Ave MSD since 2018 include approximately 27 net jobs gained, 12 net businesses added, and $1.45 million in private investment, including commercial building renovations and uplifts. Thank you, and I would like to open the floor for any comments and questions.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions?
I have a question. Jules, this was awesome.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Do you know who managed the 7th Avenue MSD prior to 2015, and what was the reasoning to move it under city management?
I am pretty sure from my knowledge that it was a bunch of community members that managed it, called like the 7th Ave Revitalization Committee. I got this information from the local newspapers in Times New in the 7th Ave Historic Train Depot. So if you are curious more about that history, you could check it out.
Jules, I can help a little bit.
Yeah,
So it
sorry.
was a group of citizens, Dennis Dunlap, Chris Cormier was part of the group. The Wagner sisters were part of the group. City Tire, a group of citizens who helped form it originally, and they treated it like a nonprofit, and they hired their own staff person for a while, very similar to what was DHI, Downtown Hendersonville Incorporated. It was a separate nonprofit where they took their tax money and hired, and we had seen the success of moving DHI into the city with Lou's hiring in 2011. And so in 2015, we were seeing loss of traction, despite very hard work and efforts that we were able to put the Main Street program and bring the 7th Avenue district into the city, into our downtown, and coordinate it being one downtown, because there was this feeling that we had two separate downtowns. We had Main Street, and we wanted it to be clear that we have one downtown Hendersonville. So that's kind of the history. Brian, I don't know if you want to add anything.
So there was a council member years ago, Steve Carricker, who
That's right.
really focused a lot
That's right.
on 7th Avenue revitalization, and he passed away several years ago, but he would be like very,
right.
very proud of all of this. So
Steve was
hopefully
here.
he's watching somewhere. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank Jules and commend her. She came in with a lot of skill sets in mapping and GIS, and she really showcased those tonight with her swipe maps and her tower charts. It's not an easy thing to do, and she was very committed to that process. So thank you, Jules.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jules. Great job.
you.
Jules.
Oh, thank you, Jules, for your research. Could you give me the property value increase on Pace and Cherry Street again?
I don't have the data with me directly on the property.
What was that? What was the tax value?
Oh, the
What was
tax value?
increased? Yes. On those properties on Pace and Cherry, Jonas.
So, did I mention that?
I may have misheard you, but I thought you mentioned something about the value increased those homes?
Yeah. I didn't provide actual numbers for the homes on Pace and Grove Street. I just said that it was some of the largest percent increases in value per acre. However, I do have that data. I'd be happy to send over the data since you're curious. Yeah.
And
Don't have it currently with.
did you, in your research, did you find out why they changed it from Brooklyn to Green Meadows? Green Meadows to me reminds me of Green Acres.
Yeah.
It should have remained Brooklyn. So in your research, did you find out why that was changed?
I agree with you. I unfortunately did not find anything about why the name changed, but I did find many Brooklyn neighborhood community members wanted to bring back the name Brooklyn and rename it. However, it never happened, so I'm not really sure why, but I'm pretty sure, to my best knowledge, it was during the time of urban renewal that they kind of changed into Green Meadows neighborhood. I don't really know where that name came from, but I'm sure I could find out for you if you're interested.
Once
you.
again, thank you for your research.
Thank you.
Good job, Jules.
Great, Jules.
Right.
Yeah, crushed it.
Okay. All right, next we'll hear from Ethan Walls on encampment procedures.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I come before you today to present on my summer internship project, which focuses on policy approaches to address encampments. Before we get too far into the content of the presentation, I would like to talk a little bit about myself. I am currently living in Asheville, North Carolina. I have lived there for 13 years, and I'm specifically from South Asheville, so I'm not too terribly far from here. I am currently studying political science and public policy at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which I will be graduating from in May of 2027. I am particularly interested in local government and eventually want to pursue my Master's of Public Administration at the UNC School of Government. So now we'll get into the desired outcomes for this presentation. The first is to get direction from council on how to address encampments. The second is to protect the health and safety of the community, including people experiencing homelessness. The third is to give staff tools to provide a healthier and safer environment for the community. The fourth is to ensure consistent enforcement of city policies. The fifth is to assist private property and business owners. And the last is to explore opportunities to address contributing factors to encampments. So now I'll give a quick overview of the presentation before we go too much further into it. I'll start with a little bit of background on homelessness specifically in the U.S. Then I'll look at homelessness specifically in Hendersonville and Henderson County. Then I will do a review of the existing methods that the city has used to address encampments in the past. Then I'll do a quick overview of the current legislative and legal environment surrounding encampments. Then I'll look at some new encampment policy options for you to consider, as well as additional opportunities to address encampments. And a quick note, the policies I am presenting here, we are not considering any sort of binding vote on these. These are just presenting some options for you to consider. So now I'll go into a little bit of background on the subject. So when we're looking at homelessness, we're specifically looking at people who are considered chronically homeless. So HUD defines chronically homeless as a homeless individual with a disability, and that can include a lot of things. It can include people with a physical or mental health challenge, or somebody with a substance use challenge who lives in a place not meant for human habitation, a safe haven, or in an emergency shelter, and has lived under these conditions for 12 months. This also includes people in jails or treatment facilities who met these criteria prior to entry, and families in which the head of household meets these criteria. So if we look at the data, specifically for the entire country of there's around 170,000 individuals in the U.S. who are considered chronically homeless, and that makes up around 30% of all homeless individuals. And if we look at this chart from HUD, the percentages are actually fairly close to where they were around 2008, 2009 when the Great Recession happened. And increases in chronic homelessness are a big factor in nationwide increases in homelessness rates. And in North Carolina specifically, there's around 2,560 individuals who are considered chronically homeless. So now we'll look at homelessness specifically in Hendersonville and Henderson County. So most of the information on homelessness in Henderson County comes from what are called point-in-time or PIT counts, and they represent all homeless persons who meet HUD's definition of sheltered and unsheltered on a single night during the last 10 days of January. And for those definitions, the HUD's definition of shelter focuses on an individual or family living in a supervised publicly or privately operated shelter designated to provide temporary living arrangement, including congregate shelters, transitional housing, and hotels and motels paid for by charitable organizations or by federal, state, or local government programs for low-income individuals. HUD's definition of unsheltered focuses on an individual or family with a primary nighttime residence that is a public or private place not designed for or ordinarily used as a regular sleeping accommodation for human beings, including a car, park, abandoned building, bus or train station, airport, or campground. So PIT counts do provide important context on the homelessness situation in Hendersonville, but they are imperfect. They don't include people in institutions such as jails, foster care, hospitals, etc. They also don't include people who are temporarily staying with family or friends, so people who are doubled up or couch surfing. And the U.S. Government Accountability Office actually did a study on this in 2020 that found that PIT counts likely underestimate the size of the homeless population. So while this data does provide some good information, it should be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt. So now we'll look into the data specifically. So if we look at the last 5 PIT counts from 2021 to 2025, the average number of people experiencing homelessness each year in Henderson County is around 182 people per year. And then if we look at the last 5 PIT counts over time, you will notice that there's been a dramatic increase in the number of people experiencing homelessness in Henderson County. An important thing to point out, you will notice that for the 2025 PIT count, there was around 600 people experiencing homelessness in Henderson County. That number is heavily inflated by post-Helene displacement. There was no PIT count in 2026 due to Winter Storm Fern last January, and the city will be taking a more active role in the 2027 PIT count, which should give more context not only on the state of homelessness in Hendersonville and Henderson County, but should also provide details on permanent displacement from Helene. So now we'll look at the shelter situation, specifically in Henderson County. So there is one homeless shelter in Henderson County, which is operated by the Hendersonville Rescue Mission, that has around 82 beds in total. Some of the requirements with the shelter are that guests have to be able-bodied. There are also sobriety requirements, and the shelter also requires 3-night minimum stays and Henderson County residency. And these can make the shelter a lot less accessible for people who have a physical or mental disability, or people who need help but are not quite ready to quit substance use. So there are several actions being taken by community partners that can help people become eligible for the shelter, which can include physical and mental health services, coordination with county services, specifically the drug court, and addiction counseling and support. However, shelter accessibility remains an issue. And because of the lack of shelter accessibility, it becomes a lot easier for people experiencing homelessness to consider encampments as a form of a living accommodation. So why is it important that the city address encampments? First are public health and safety issues. For people living in encampments, they are more vulnerable to being exposed to violent crime. They also expose the community to unsanitary conditions, especially when there is trash present. They also deter, if an encampment is in a public space, such as a public park, it may deter use of that public space. Encampments also present a lot of challenges for the Hendersonville Police Department. From June 2025 to June 2026, PD responded to around 1,816 incidents involving people experiencing homelessness, which was an increase from June 2024 to June 2025. So this chart does a good job of breaking down those incidents. If we look at this chart, the most common category of incidents were suspicious activity, person, or vehicle incidents. The second largest was other, which includes things such as warrant services and traffic stops. And the third biggest is medical and behavioral incidents, which involves things such as health and wellness checks. And many of these medical and behavioral incidents can be difficult for law enforcement to navigate. So having some more concrete policies on encampment would help create some procedures and help with creating procedures in place to deal with encampment, specifically the role of the police social worker in dealing with medical and behavioral incidents. So now I'm going to go into a heat map that shows several of these encounters. An important thing about this data and the data I mentioned earlier is that this is based on reported incidents, and so there will be some margin of error. But some of the most common locations of police encounters include right around downtown, especially around Main Street and 7th Avenue. There's also a lot north of I-26 near where Walmart is. There's also several south of downtown near where Spartanburg Highway is, especially around Ingalls and Publix. There's also a lot of incidents near nonprofits that provide resources to people experiencing homelessness, a lot around several vacant structures, and a lot around sites that are geocoded as homeless sites, which are encampments that the city has dealt with in the past. So now I'll go into the existing methods that the city uses to address encampments. The first is code enforcement, which particularly involves property maintenance, specifically through the enumeration section of the Code of Ordinance. This can include things such as having weeds or grass over 24 inches, accumulation of animal or vegetable matter, accumulation of undisposed trash, and graffiti. The other way that the city addresses it is through its police powers, which includes enforcement of several different ordinances, including blocking or impeding street and sidewalk access, as well as trespassing, just to name a few. So now we'll go into some new encampment policy options for you to consider and give guidance on. The first is an ordinance which focuses on camping on public property, and the second are zoning ordinance amendments. Before we go too deep into these policies, I would like to give a quick overview of the current legal environment around encampments. So in 2024, the Supreme Court case Grants Pass v. Johnson established that local governments regulating encampments, even when shelter space is unavailable, is not considered cruel or unusual punishment per the 8th Amendment. Now, there were several points of contention in the litigation that are important to note, as they do show other ways in which camping ordinances could be challenged. This includes selective enforcement of camping ordinances and other camping regulations exclusively against people experiencing homelessness, as well as barriers associated with shelter admittance, as we've discussed before, and policies cannot criminalize someone based on their status, such as being homelessness based on the Robinson v. California precedent. So now I'll do a quick overview of the current legislative environment on encampments, specifically at the state level. So back in July, the General Assembly ratified House Bill 437, which establishes drug-free homeless service zones, increases penalty for drug use in these zones, and restricts local governments from allowing camping on their property. So the governor vetoed the bill on July 8th. It is currently being reconsidered in the state legislature right now. While we don't know 100% what they will do with the bill, specifically with regards to overriding it, if the bill were to become law, we want the policies to be crafted and to ensure that they are complying with the new rules that HB 437 would put in place. So now I'll go into the potential impacts that HB 437 would have on the city's current and future operations. The first thing it would do is create a state definition for public camping or sleeping, which the city could not allow on city-owned or city-controlled property. Where this makes things a little different, though, is that if the city wanted to set up a regulated encampment on its property, it could, but it would need approval from the Department of Labor. And in this request to the Department of Labor, the city would have to prove the following: that there was a lack of shelter bed availability, and that the designated property was not next to an area zoned for residential use, would not negatively affect property values or child safety, and meet certain public health and safety standards. So now we will go into the camping ordinance. So there are many municipalities across the state of North Carolina that have specific policies to regulate camping on public property, but the city of Hendersonville currently does not have such an ordinance. So this would make it unlawful to camp or store personal belongings on city-owned or city-controlled property. And for the definition of camping, we recommend that the city use the state definition as provided in HB 437 to ensure compliance with state law should HB 437 be enacted. So the city could choose to go further than this definition in how they define camping, but they could not go less than this definition. So the definition, according to HB 437, for public camping or sleeping is lodging or residing overnight in a temporary outdoor habitation used as a dwelling or living space and evidenced by the erection of a tent or other temporary shelter the presence of bedding or pillows, or the storage of personal belongings, or lodging or residing overnight in an outdoor space without a tent or other temporary shelter. The term does not include lodging or residing overnight in a motor vehicle that is registered, insured, and located in a place where it may lawfully be used, or camping for recreational purposes on property designated for those purposes. So as far as enforcement goes for this ordinance, the ordinance would need to be written to give PD discretion to enforce either civil or criminal penalties. So for first offenses, PD could issue a written warning or a criminal penalty if they felt that the encampment presented a significant public health or safety risk. And then for subsequent offenses, they could issue either civil or criminal penalties. And criminal penalties in this case would be a misdemeanor as provided in General Statute 14.4. This is the statute that many local governments that have camping ordinances have used to regulate camping on public property specifically. So that ordinance was focused mostly on camping on public property, while zoning ordinance, on the other hand, amendments on the other hand, are focused on camping on private property. So camps are currently listed as a use in the zoning ordinance, but are not clearly defined. And because of that ambiguity, camps could mean a lot of things. Are they summer camps? Are they recreational campgrounds? Do encampments fall under that? There's a lot of questions. And so to clarify this ambiguity, we recommend that the city look into the following zoning text amendments, which would be to define camps, create a new use called campgrounds that would be distinguishable from camps that encampments would fall under, and also establishing sanitation standards for camps and campgrounds. Examples of these specifically for campgrounds would include that they would need to have tables, refuse containers, flush toilets, bathing facility, and water, specifically running water. So now I'll go into the specific definitions for camps and campgrounds. For camps, it would include establishments consisting of one or more permanent buildings, not including recreational vehicles or mobile homes, used periodically for temporary or seasonal accommodation of individuals, typically providing programmed activities, including outdoor recreational or educational opportunities, so a summer or recreational camp. While campgrounds, on the other hand, would focus on any parcel or tract of land under the control of any person, organization, or governmental entity, wherein sites are offered for the use of the public or members of any organization for the establishment of temporary living sites for 2 or more recreational vehicles or camping units. So campgrounds would have to have designated sites for tents or other temporary shelters. This is a definition that was borrowed and modified from the town of Indian Trail, North Carolina. So if an encampment was in a private property that was not, where campgrounds were not allowed, it would be a zoning violation. And if it was in an area where campgrounds were allowed, it would still have to meet certain public health and safety standards. So these are the policies that focus on regulating encampment. However, regulating encampment can only be a short-term solution to the issue of encampments, as in the long run, it will just simply move people around. There are additional opportunities to address encampments that should also be considered that get towards some of the contributing factors behind encampments. The first is to address the shelter accessibility issues in Hendersonville. This would involve looking at a lot of different shelter models to determine a more accessible model that is appropriate for Hendersonville, as well as providing more resources to help people who have physical and mental health challenges, as well as substance abuse challenges. This could include things such as establishing centralized wraparound services, in which these resources would be located in one centralized location, as well as leveraging relationships with local healthcare providers for a behavioral health urgent care, or BHUC, as well as encouraging courts to direct people to mental health services. Another big part of this is encampment response, which will specifically come through the developing an encampment response policy and standard operating procedures. The point of this is to, first, ensure consistent enforcement. 2, ensure that when the city is responding to encampments, they are treating people experiencing homelessness with dignity and respect. And 3, to help build trust amongst people experiencing homelessness. And the last part of this is implementing the strategic housing plan. Ultimately, the goal to help people experiencing homelessness should be to help them find a stable and affordable residence. And the strategic housing plans focus on permanently affordable units for low to moderate income households is meant to help provide this opportunity so that people experiencing homelessness can have a safe, stable, and affordable residence. And so a lot of these policies are issues that the city will need to address and take a lead on, but they will require, the city cannot do these opportunities alone. There will need to be help from the nonprofit community, the county, as well as state and federal partners. So that's all I have for my presentation, and I would now like to open up to the floor to any feedback or questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, questions, comments?
Okay. Ethan, so you would suggest that maybe looking at some of the abandoned buildings that are around or properties in the city, maybe co-partnering with other organizations and turning those into suitable housing for the unhoused?
Yes, I think turning a lot of the vacant structures into affordable housing units would be a great opportunity to help people experiencing homelessness. I think if we have a lot of vacant structures, potentially rehabbing those, especially through the home rehab program, would be a great way to address that issue. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
My question is it appropriate to provide housing before you actually address the reason of the homelessness? Because if there are severe mental health issues and drug addiction, to me, it doesn't seem like providing housing will fix that part of it. So, I mean, I understand having a BHUC here, which is like an urgent care to like assist with like acute issues. But then I think part of the problem is in this area, we don't actually have anywhere to take them after the BHUC. So that 72-hour hold, fine and dandy, but that's not even remotely close enough. And so, what is a drug-free homeless zone?
So drug-free homeless zones are something that were crafted in HB 437. If you want it, I do not entirely know all of the details on the bill, but it is available on the General Assembly's website. So if you want some more information on that, I would recommend you take a look at that, especially as it continues to be considered in the General Assembly and potentially considered for an veto override.
Thank you.
It's 300 feet around a facility-based service right now. Ethan, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this. It's really timely, especially with 437 in talks of veto override. It has been a big conversation in the social services world. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that there are not enough beds right now.
Yes.
So thank you for bringing it to us, and thank you for doing the work on it. It's timely.
Ethan has worked very hard all summer on this, and lots of great information that's probably been scattered around our building, and he's coalesced it together and is going to leave a great package for Jenny Floyd to move forward with our homeless resource group that we have put together that include the nonprofits and our shelters and various other agencies. So it's been a good work.
Okay,
Yeah,
any other questions?
Oh, and by the way, thank you
Okay.
for bringing up Jenny Floyd. I want to say that thank you, Jenny, very much for being a big help with this project and all the work that you've been doing to address homelessness in the community. I hope that this project has been very informative for you and provides a good foundation for you as you continue to look at several of these policy approaches.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Well,
John, will party behavioral be, is part of that group?
Yes,
Okay.
we've had several. They are invited as part of our group, and their behavioral group does participate.
And there,
Thank you again, Ethan. Yeah, I wish I was as intelligent as you are. Gee.
Thank you very much.
and party
Thank you.
And Mayor, while we have the interns, tomorrow is their last day. They'll be heading back to maybe a little bit of vacation before they head back for their respective universities. But we're going to take them to lunch. But it's been a fun summer having these sharp, energetic young folks. I was telling Councilmember Baxter earlier, it's just really been a breath of fresh air in the building. and enjoyed these two keeping us straight. They did not hold back at all. So y'all did a great job. Parents, you should be very proud of Jules, and I'm sure Ethan, I will tell your parents that too.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that we have the staff and the funding that we are able to sponsor interns. Not every city can do it, and I think we're very fortunate that we have this opportunity to have these young folks with us. So, thank you. All right. Okay, we do have a couple of public hearings. First one is an annexation, Merriman Avenue. Okay, Mr. Hayes going to do that tonight?
Yes, I will. I hope it's just as exciting as the intern presentation. I'll try my best.
You'll have to go a long way to do that.
Yeah. Yes. So the city has received a petition for a contiguous annexation on Merriam Road. The petitioners are Greg Grooms, he's the applicant, and Juan Borges is the owner of the property. It's located, so it is a contiguous annexation. It's located at the very northern boundary of our city limits. You can see it highlighted in red there. It's off of Asheville Highway. It's one lot and it is 0.5 acres. And we have a motion for approval, a motion for denial, and then we have the annexation plat, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions? No? Okay. Would the applicant like to say anything? You don't have to, but if not, okay. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it has.
Okay, we'll open this public hearing. No one here signed up to speak. Is there anyone online seeking recognition to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Last call, anyone? Okay, we'll close that public hearing. Council, discussion, or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt an ordinance of the City of Hendersonville to extend the corporate limits of the city as a contiguous annexation to annex that property owned by Juan Carlos Borges, identified as PN 9569-37-3239, finding that the standards established by the North Carolina General Statute 160A-31 have been satisfied and that the annexation is in the best interest of the city.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of this annexation, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Motion carries, and that property is annexed. Thank you. All right, next we have a rezoning, a standard rezoning of Ironwood Square.
Yes, so this is an initial zoning, and the city has initiated this zoning. So this was a property that was annexed into the city at the last city council meeting, the July 2nd meeting. It is actually 3 properties located off of Case Street, which is very close to Upward Road. The owners are Conserving Carolina and the Children and Family Resource Center of Henderson County. And then, as I mentioned, this is a city-initiated initial zoning. It is 0.87 acres, and the proposed zoning is C3, and the future land use designation for this area is mixed-use commercial. So here you can see 2 site photos. It's an undeveloped site off of, as I mentioned before, off of Case Street. The comprehensive plan, staff found it to be, and planning board recommended that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan mixed-use commercial future land use designation. And I'm not going to go through the rationale for that. That was provided in the packet. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of that, though. At the planning board meeting, there was a discussion about, so staff has recommended C3 for this zoning district. We aren't normally recommending C3. However, the adjacent property that is owned by the same property owners is currently zoned C3, and their plans are to combine those two properties. So it made sense to recommend C3 in this case. In other instances along Upward Road, we normally recommend CHMU, Commercial Highway Mixed Use. And then at the planning board meeting, there was also discussion of potentially MIC, which staff did not recommend because it would be, we thought it would be considered spot zoning. So ultimately, planning board did make the recommendation for C3 zoning. And here you can see the current zoning. So it's currently Henderson County Community Commercial. And then you can see that C3 that's directly adjacent to the south of the subject property. And then we have a draft comprehensive plan consistency statement, and then a draft reasonable statement, rationale for approval or denial. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No? Okay. Would the applicant like to say anything? All right. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it has.
We will open this public hearing. No one here signed up to speak. Is there anyone online wishing recognition to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone? All right, we'll close that public hearing. Council, discussion or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I would like to recuse myself from the discussion and vote. The property owner is my employer.
Okay, is that an acceptable reason? If someone would move to excuse.
Madam Mayor, I move that we excuse Councilmember Baxter from this discussion and vote.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of excusing Councilmember Baxter from the discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Okay. Anyone else? Comment or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the City of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property pins 9577-79-2337, 9577-79-3365, and 9577-79-4384 from Henderson County Community Commercial to City of Hendersonville C3 Highway Business based on the following. The petition is found to be consistent with the City of Hendersonville Gen H comprehensive plan based on the information from the staff analysis, and because the proposed zoning of C3 aligns with the Gen H 2045 comprehensive plan future land use and conservation map and the character area description for mixed-use commercial. Furthermore, we find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis, public hearing, and because C3 would allow for greater economic use of the subject property given the wide range of permitted uses, and C3 zoning along this corridor could lead to additional opportunities for commercial uses along a corridor that is seeing moderate development pressure.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of this rezoning, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, motion carries, and that rezoning has been granted. All right, thank you. New business. Okay, strategic plan closeout, fiscal year 24 to 26. Mr. Volley.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, I'm here tonight to present the closeout of the FY24 through FY26 strategic plan that closed on June 30th of 2026 this year. I do apologize about the quality of this presentation. One of my coworkers significantly distracted me last week, so I've not been able to focus as much on the presentation I was thinking about before I heard certain news. The agenda for this evening, I'm going to talk a little bit just about the plan structure of what this plan looked like, right? Because it is different than the current plan we're entering into. I'll go through just a high-level overview of the plan completion, some highlights by each goal area. Importantly, what was not achieved or canceled or delayed, and then our next steps. So just a little bit about the plan structure. This was developed in the spring of 2023. So over 3 years ago at this point, we were at the police station and we were talking about different priorities and developing the plan for the next 3 years. And we adopted this plan with the FY24 budget and we ranked 10 goal areas. I think it's important to note, these plans, they change and they can change year to year with different councils. They are a 3-year look, but as you all know, right, there was different council members at the start of this plan than that are sitting on the board now. So I think it's just important to note that, and I appreciate all of the effort this council has put into the plan and the previous council members who supported it as well. Our current breakdown is the city's vision, mission, and values, which the strategic plan tries to uplift, and then all the other departmental plans, the comp plan, the budgets every year, our performance indicators, and our goal tracking leads into that strategic plan. And then every year we try to celebrate accomplishments. We had been doing these big, pieces of paper every 3 years, and this was the one that we had celebrated leading into the FY24 through FY26 plan. Just really some things to note back when you go back 5 years is the completion of the Ewart Hill Reservoir. That project really paid off during Hurricane Helene, having 10 million gallons of water available for our community. That's something that was set forth in a strategic plan over 8 years ago. And just kudos to the strong infrastructure work. We focused on pay and benefits. You heard about all the 7th Avenue work from Jules's presentation. And really, we've been following this process, and I hope it's been fruitful and successful for City Council in advancing our community goals. As a reminder of our vision and mission statement, our values that we have on the wall here. Hendersonville is a vibrant mountain city where government and citizens work together for a high quality of life, and we're committed to providing high quality, efficient services to all citizens, visitors, and businesses through open communication, timely responses, and quality results. So the plan at a glance, ultimately this plan had some, we've had COVID in the middle of plans before, but I would dare to say that Hurricane Helene was one of the largest disruptors since my time here with the city that has impacted a strategic planning process. And even though that came through and really changed the way we were doing business and what our focus and priorities were, we still achieved 76.8% of our plan. Our stated goal out of the gate was to achieve at least 70%, so I'm very happy to say that we have achieved more than our initial stated goal, even considering the impacts of Hurricane Helene. And then a huge shout out to all the staff that helped me with this. All 167 items in the plan were 100% up to date by our staff. At the end of the process, they update these quarterly. I couldn't thank them enough for all the work they do with that. And off on the left, you can just see the total number of items that were achieved, on track, off track, not started, not achieved, or canceled. And I'm going to go into those in a little bit more detail. So highlights by goal area, ranked number 1 was public safety. We achieved about 70% of those goals. Some of the bigger highlights were the hiring of our downtown police officer and installing downtown security infrastructure. We also installed a social worker co-responder in the police department to assess, to help out with supporting those in crisis. We also installed the quick response vehicle with the fire department to help preserve our fire apparatus and prolong their useful life. We were averaging about 10 shifts per month with the QRV once we put it in service. So that is, sending a smaller vehicle to some of these smaller medical calls that don't require a large apparatus when we have the staffing capacity to do so. We also expanded a second code enforcement position, and if you notice around town, we're having a lot of activity with our code enforcement team. Really appreciate them. And we have established a new vacant property registry that different departments are contributing to the community development department to maintain. Our second ranked goal was compensation, benefits, and staff development. We achieved about 93% of those items. This council has always been super supportive of our staff, and it doesn't go unnoticed. We appreciate everything you do for our staff, and over the years, we've done career ladders, reinvigorated our performance pay program, implemented pay in class studies, and have pursued a living wage for all of our staff in the city of Hendersonville. Number 3 was strong infrastructure with 74.9% completion. Some really big highlights. We had 0 SSOs or sanitary sewer overflows last quarter of the plan period. We've completed near completion of all 3 of our water sewer master plans. And to John's point earlier, Timmy Hensley has completed near 98% of his work orders within 30 days. That we've really focused, especially in the past budget, on hiring additional staff. So when we were down in solid waste, we're not pulling from our other divisions in Public Works, which is delaying their needed work that needs to get done for the city. So that has worked out really well, and we're seeing great success with that streets division. I appreciate Brent and the team. And then just, a small generational project of expanding the water treatment plant to 15 million gallons daily, and the construction of the French Broad River intake. That is nothing to sneeze at, and it's a ton of hard work that our staff has put in, and it really will benefit the community for generations to come. The strategic housing plan was ranked number 4. Thank you, Angie, for this one, and thank you, Lou. We have adopted the strategic housing plan. Council, you were a huge piece of this. We do have work to do on affordable units, as we know, but we are making headway on the market rate units. We've also hired a housing planner with some of our ARP funds. Dogwood Health Trust funds. The 5th ranked was growth management and community character. We achieved about 72% of that goal area. Big, again, generational type achievement was the adoption of the new comprehensive plan, a really robust planning process. We put a ton of effort into getting the community's input on that, and we have a good guide now that is also influencing the development of our overlay districts, and more specifically the downtown design overlay, which you heard, I believe, in June of this year. Also, the missing middle housing objectives that we established, planning staff has done a really good job of diligently adopting zoning text amendments that are supporting the infill of missing middle housing. Some of those are minor PRD allowances, double density for half unit allowances, and small lot provisions. So kudos to the planning staff, and thank you all for pushing that forward. Those are not necessarily easy things to solve, and they've gotten really creative on how to go about implementing that for the future. Number 6, invest in parks. So this was the lowest. This is probably the most impacted by Hurricane Helene, with 50% achieved. Big kudos to Brendan Shanahan and the team on beginning construction of the Clear Creek Greenway. That was a big one coming down to the wire at the end of the plan, but we got it rolling with some help from our MPO chair, co-chair, and the money coming in to make that happen. So thanks to everybody for that. That's going to be a great project. We installed pickleball courts at Patton Park. We've installed bike racks citywide, but the biggest thing is, we deferred the parks bond. I think just based on staff capacity at this point, that was probably a good thing. We're really focusing on the transportation bond right now, and we have brought the parks bond into the new strategic plan, and we'll be looking at park improvements post, hopefully, FEMA awards to repair our parks. Number 7 was enhanced sustainability citywide with 85% complete. We adopted a new tree ordinance here, a new sustainability plan. We planted over 100 trees annually, which was double our stated goal of 50 trees annually, and we have implemented a sustainable fleet policy. Number 8 was transportation planning. Big one here. We know in March we passed the general obligation bond for transportation projects, so that is well underway. I know some of you are more familiar with the first project than others, but if you're down on Bearcat Boulevard, you'll see road and sidewalk improvements are hard at work. And also, King Street, I would be remiss to note this, as the mayor has brought King Street up. I think maybe from my first days on the job, I've been hearing about King Street in our planning processes, and that actually received some of the highest scoring in the recent spot scores. And we do have money now set aside in the transportation bond to hopefully implement that project. Number 9 was city boards and volunteers, with 75% of that area complete. A huge one. Shout out to Jenny Floyd and Jill Murray for really knocking out the core of the city academy. We had our first Citizens Academy this spring with 19 of the 20 participants graduating from that class. And we held 4 appreciation dinners for our boards and committees over the plan period. And lastly, support downtown businesses. We completed about 94% of these areas. Really big one, which I think, kind of an unsung hero is our downtown program. They do amazing work. And a lot of times not everyone, I think, notices how much they're actually doing. Some of these numbers, I think, are a real testament to their work. We had opportunity fund loans that was established in this plan period, which we distributed $1.2 million of loans to startup businesses in our downtown. This was far exceeding the $100,000 target we set out to hopefully achieve at the start of the plan. We also distributed $101,734 in business support grants over the plan period, ranging from facade grants, art grants, and pivot grants for local businesses. So kudos to our downtown team. They do a ton of great work, and they are hard at it right now this time of year. So what wasn't achieved, right? This is just as important as what was. Of the 167 items, 33 closed the plan period as off track, not achieved, or canceled. Some of the bigger things are mostly related to Helene, but we also have some headwinds from regulatory challenges and just the status of the ability for local governments to implement ordinance and regulation with current state oversight. And so the first of those was flood response and ordinance. We've talked a lot about that. We're still working on flood response procedures. However, we've kind of held off on pursuing any major flood ordinance changes, waiting to see kind of the mood at the legislature around some of these changes. Also, we have not fully addressed motor vehicle accidents. We are still working on that. That's a major part of our new plan period, and it's something that I think the transportation bond, our traffic unit teams, and the work that Brent's team is doing on analyzing intersections, which you'll hear about later on tonight, of how to address these motor vehicle accidents we're having in our community. The other was housing entitlements, right? We just have not gotten enough affordable housing, but we have the housing plan. We have the housing planner. We're going to continue to push that ball in the next plan. And then park investments, obviously, was the other largest area, which was predominantly damaged through Helene, and we've been working to rebuild that. So with that, don't want to take too much time tonight. I do send the quarterly updates on the strategic plan, and so I want you to know you have that. If you have questions about that or you want it in different formats, please let me know, and we'll continue to provide those to you as we move forward.
I just have a comment. So the affordable housing piece, when we approve, okay, sorry. So when we approve a market rate project that we include affordable units in, just to point out, we can still use that as a tool to kind of tick away at the affordable units. And so just hopefully using more of those opportunities when we have market rate to require some of the affordable units to be a part of it, especially if the developer is willing to add affordable units. I think that's a discussion too that we should definitely keep having.
Yeah, and we're definitely working on including that in our tracking to ensure that we're not just classifying one development as a single type of category, right? There could be multiple categories in a single development. That's a great point.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you for keeping track of all of this, for the regular updates that we've been getting, and on to the next.
That's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next, discussion regarding 4th Avenue Halloween Street closure.
Mayor Volt, members of the City Council, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that is my job tonight as it relates to Halloween street closure on 4th Avenue. Several years ago, the council was concerned about safety due to the number of folks that were trick-or-treating, particularly on 4th Avenue, and staff brought a couple different recommendations to council, and council chose to direct staff to do a partial closure of 4th Avenue to try to provide at least some sense of safety on 4th Avenue. It worked. We have created this, what I will call an attractive nuisance, where people, after we have a full closure on Main Street and have Trick or Treat Street and all the activities between the downtown group as well as the Henderson County Parks and Recreation Department. And those folks enjoy that for a while, and then they move on across Church Street down to 4th Avenue. And it has become its own Trick or Treat Street there. And the reason we did the partial closure, if you remember, is that staff capacity, barricade capacity, just capacity to have 2 large Halloween events was not in our ability from the size of our organization and activities going around the rest of the city, right? I mean, we still had to have police patrols throughout the rest of the city, plus fire and EMS had to be available. So we did a partial closure where we closed the 2 ends of 4th Avenue for about a mile, and then we left the cross streets open with limited barricading and VIPs so that we could try to control traffic there so that residents could get in and out of their homes. And if we needed to get emergency apparatus or police or whatever through 4th Avenue, we could in a manner. Well, we have created this nuisance and attractive nuisance. That's a good thing, I think. But so many people are coming there. The police started looking at options to how do we control this that could get out of hand, because we were still having vehicles drive down 4th Avenue and we were worried about somebody getting hit or safety in that area. So we met with a variety of folks, including our risk management group from the insurance company, and we really determined that there were only 2 options for us. One would be to do a total, complete street closure like we do on Main Street, not allow any traffic for a period of time along 4th Avenue from Washington Street down to Blythe, down the valley, or down the Blythe, closing all the cross streets. And there's a number of intersections that don't line up going through there, so it provides some other challenges to completely close off the street. So it would take significant resources for us to do that. So the insurance company said, hey, you got to do one or 2 things. You either got to have complete closure of that area to really protect your liability and protect the citizens and you know, to deal with this attractive nuisance, or you're going to have to get out of the 4th Avenue street closure business. And staff has evaluated and looking at cost and those things. And we just, bear or bad news, we just don't have the capacity to do a complete street closure. Also, I'd be concerned that if there's a medical emergency on 4th Avenue at a residence, that we couldn't get fire and police and EMS apparatus in there quick enough to deal with that emergency. So staff comes to you, as the manager comes to you with the bear or bad news tonight, with the recommendation that we discontinue any closure whatsoever. It was never meant to be a city event. It was meant to be a city resident kind of partnership. And at this point, I think I'm going to have to ask that we cease our involvement in it. Realize that not everybody will get the word between now and Halloween. So I would propose to you that we discontinue any closure portion of this. However, that we utilize our message board at the Washington Street end of 4th Avenue as a reminder of folks that it is a congested area. There will be a number of trick-or-treaters, encourage people to use the sidewalks, and also talking to the chief and the police department that we provide 4 police officers like we typically do in this area, just as we phase away from any kind of street closure. So that is where we are. That is our recommendation. This is a council decision, but that is our recommendation, since you directed us to begin with. So.
Council? Any discussion? Or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council discontinue the 4th Avenue Halloween street closure.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the motion to discontinue the street closure say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, motion carries, and will not continue with that. good intentions don't always work out the way we'd like them to. Okay, next, approval of on-street parking signage and pavement marking plan for South Wooded and Jordan Street, 4th Avenue, Acosta Trail intersection.
Mayor, council, here to present something much less controversial. So, so the city engaged McAdams Company, formerly TPD, who we've worked with over the years to evaluate traffic, parking, multimodal safety conditions along South Wooded and at Jordan and 4th Avenue intersection adjacent to the Acoustic Trail. I don't want to say it's an attractive nuisance, but the Acoustic Trail opened last summer, and it has brought some definite areas where we saw that there needed to be some traffic safety improvements. There was on-street parking previously along South Wooded. Our public safety folks came to our to Public Works folks about a year or so ago and asked if we could post some no parking signage out there. We did, and since then we've worked on a plan with McAdams to come up with something a little in between where we are allowing parking on one side of the street. Like I said, McAdams put together a plan. I'll go over some of the highlights here in a second, why it matters: motor safety, bicycle connectivity with the Acoustic Trail, and obviously pedestrian trail safety. Real quick, Brent Pope and his team, Brent and Jeremy were here earlier from our traffic engineering group division. They did a speed study in July 8th through the 15th. Unfortunately, I apologize, I have the labels mixed, so southbound is actually on the left side and northbound is on the right. But you can see that the posted speed limit in each direction is 25. The 85th percentile, which is a factor that goes into a lot of our, when it comes to traffic calming. Right now, our current traffic calming policy says if you're 10 miles over, that triggers looking into some traffic calming measures. So you can see from the northbound on the right side, should be northbound, we're close to the 10 mile per hour average speed of about 30 miles per hour. Vehicles over that limit, 86%. And the AADT is another traffic engineering term. It's annual average daily traffic, which is basically we count cars for about a week or so at a time, and we project that, we interpolate that number over a year and then divide by 365. And so ballpark, you're seeing about 670 vehicles or so in each direction. I did want to point out, it's not on here, but I jotted down some notes from the report. The max speed in either direction was about 50 miles per hour. So we were out there, Brendan and I were out with the engineer from McAdams several weeks ago, and we probably saw somebody that was going 50 miles an hour coming down the hill there. So, and I did want to point out, you'll see here, I'll have a diagram here in a sec. But Hebron, which is a DOT road, which is Whitted spits out onto on its south end. It is at about 3,000 AADT, so in comparison, about 5 times the amount of traffic. Key improvements for South Whitted: revised on-street parking, updated the sharrows, which is the bicycle vehicle shared lane marking, advanced warning signage, trail crossing visibility. We've actually cleared some vegetation around an existing sign that was there that was perhaps blocking motorists being able to see the stop sign at the trail or near the trail. Speed limit reinforcement signage, and then I'll talk about potentially some traffic calming for future consideration. So hopefully this works okay. So Well, I should have made that bigger. So at the south end, you've got Hebron. I'll just go over kind of the highlights. So we are going to add, there's currently no crosswalk painted on that end. So we are proposing to add a crosswalk. And then I apologize, it's pretty hard to see at that screen or at that level, but we would paint kind of triangular areas and get in, this would be 3 parking spaces here. And then also do the same here, so have plenty of space to, around the drives that are on the west side of Whitted. And then this would be a total of, I want to say, I think that's 13, no, it's 16 spaces on this end as you get closer to Lenox Park Drive. Some other highlights, stop me at any time if you have any questions. Some other highlights, obviously we'll remove the no parking signs that are out there currently on that side of the street. We will add a no parking, it's flipped upside down, but these traffic engineers. The no parking sign or no parking anytime with the arrow, clearly designated that you're not to park beyond the area where we've got the paintings or painted markings. There's also a stop ahead that will be painting on the road, and then a stop ahead sign. And relocating some sharrows, that was one thing that I missed on here. So some of the sharrows would actually be in that parking lane, if you will. We would shift the sharrows so it's very obvious that it's in the travel lane. And one thing to note, again, apologize, it's really small, but maybe you can see it on your screens a little bit better if you're looking. But what we'll have left for pavement would be about 16 feet, so it'd be about 8-foot travel lanes. Isn't unheard of around town. Any questions on South Whitted?
I will say, just as it relates to the speed, 8-foot lanes will feel much tighter than what is there now, which is a positive on slowing people as they go down that hill.
Yeah.
So that is so.
Yeah, and I'll mention it now because regarding the traffic calming, because it applies to this project, if you will. I'll get into the other project here in a second, but the plan would be, the striping is painted, the striping is painted. The road will be striped, right? But that's not anything hard to kind of direct traffic. Hopefully the vehicles abide by the striping if there's nobody parked there, right? But so if you've got times where there's nobody parked there, say Trailside's closed or early in the morning or whatever, we hope that people actually follow the markings and stay out of the parking lane, if you will. There's no guarantee. So what we'll do is we'll kind of assess things, particularly as the fall comes up and as we go into winter, and maybe assess it over a couple different time periods. So kind of a busier time and then maybe a slower time over the winter, do some speed counts and see if we've actually helped to kind of reduce the speeds in the area. And if we haven't, we may come back to you at some point and want to make some of those bulb out areas, those painted areas, maybe harden them with curbing, which we could do with your approval, of course. Jordan and Fourth, this one is really kind of confusing if you've been through there. We're talking about an all-way stop conversion, advanced warning signage, and trail crossing protection. And this one, so as it stands, there is not a stop coming south on Jordan to Fourth until you get to the trail itself. So basically what you have is you've got folks coming through here. People do stop on Fourth. I guess this is midway on this side, but people do stop at either side here but they're kind of confused if somebody's coming up on the trail. There's basically just general confusion there. It's not an ideal scenario, even for, we kind of went back and forth with the traffic engineer. Brendan and Chris had some good feedback, and we came up with a kind of a joint solution to post this as an all-way stop in all directions, including the trail. So really what you'll have is, we'll be adding, that's why they're in red, we'll be adding the all-way to the stop signs that are currently there at Midway and 4th, and we'll add a stop sign with the all-way and then a stop ahead on Jordan coming south. So, and hopefully that will, this is not, I didn't pull the ADT, the counts for this area. It's not a very heavily traveled area, but hopefully this will alleviate some of the confusion that's out there. Be happy to go back and look at any of that again. We've got a motion. It's here for your benefit. There's a resolution that goes with it. Obviously, it's referred to in the motion, and it would approve the signage and signing and payment plan, authorize city manager or designate to actually install the devices coordinated to MUTCD, and then direct staff to update our official traffic control and parking map, which is currently in progress.
Will you go back to South Whitted?
To Whitted? Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you said we're gonna the plan is to take down the no parking signs that are on the opposite side of the street?
On the west side.
Okay.
We're gonna keep them on the east side.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. That in the center of the circle here, that's leadering, and that leader or that arrow is going to the east side, so it'll remain no parking on the east side.
Okay. And then will there be center lines painted?
No, it's really the street. It's a local road. It's
Yeah.
really too narrow to paint like a double yellow. We are really hard to see. I'd be happy to get you all, I could print something larger and get it to you all, or send everyone an email, because it is really hard to see there. Our plan is to paint a double yellow as you turn on to, say, if you're coming from Hebron in either direction and turning on to South Whitted. So it's very, very obvious where the lane is, where the northbound lane is.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
Thanks.
but that line would only go so far. My eyes aren't good enough to see the dimension on that, but it's only going to go
Okay.
so far down.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. It makes sense that is the plan. Why? It's only going down so far so that it directs traffic flow, and then people will
Yeah, because
just go the
because
wherever they're going
here the road is still as wide as it is now, right?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
And the parking we can't have parking, right up
Right
to
there.
Hebron. There's got to be a transition. So in that transition area, where kind of
Okay.
the triangle's painted, the double yellow will designate the lanes. So you don't have people turning on from
Right.
Hebron into,
Mhm.
oncoming traffic.
Cool. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Other questions?
No, this is great because I know business owners down there, residents and trail users have all been concerned. So
Yep.
thank you.
There may be more of these coming too.
Yeah, I figured.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Council, discussion or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt a resolution approving the signing of pavement marking plan and associated on-street parking regulations for South Whitted Street and the Jordan Street, 4th Street, Acosta Trail intersection as presented.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, and we hope that that will help. It not cure things, not do anything to cure it, but help it. Next, proposed utility billing policy changes. Okay, latest update on this one.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm here tonight to do a follow-up presentation from the July 22nd council meeting. And I know, really, I just want to get feedback from you guys and direction and answer any questions that you might have. And I do have a few updates since the last presentation as well. So I'm going to do just a quick summary, just as a recap of what we discussed on the July 22nd meeting. The recommended policy changes that we would like to see are, the first one is the property owner and tenant responsibility. So this is going to be a lot with our contract updates with the customer, and what we're trying to do is hold the owner or the tenant liable to pay the unpaid balance on the prior account before the new service can start at another address. So right now, when they stop service at that address, they can go open up a new account and they don't have to pay their prior balance. So we're wanting to change the contract language on that so that we can hold that owner or that tenant responsible for that before they start service at another address. And then also, when they put in to cancel service at that address, we want to be able to transfer automatically back to the owner. So if the tenant leaves service, we get a cancellation for service, we want to be able to automatically transfer that service into the owner's name until they find another tenant. But the owner is not going to be responsible for the prior uncollected balance on the tenant account. They will only be responsible once the service gets changed into their name. And then the other thing is that we want to not have an owner deposit required for non-owner occupied property. The second thing that we're recommending is to reduce the disconnection timeline. We want to reduce the days of exposure from 96 to 68 days. This is basically the time between the previous reading for the bill that the customer is being cut off for up until the day service is terminated. That makes up your full days of exposure, and that's a liability for the city as far as collection goes. And we are recommending that we change the disconnection date by 4 weeks earlier rather than 8 weeks. And then the third thing is we want to update the leak adjustment policy. So to do that, we're going to define preventable versus non-preventable leaks. Preventable leaks are not eligible for adjustment. We're wanting to change so that we allow one adjustment every 24 months. Previously, it was 36 months. And then we want to increase the maximum adjustment from $1,000 to $3,000. And also will require proof that the leak has been repaired. The fourth item is corrective billing and late fee policy updates. So for billing corrections, we want to align that to be a 2-year window on both sides. So we want to be able to go back 2 years for if a customer is underbilled or 2 years if they're overbilled. Previously, we had 2 years if underbilled, but an indefinite amount of time if overbilled. And then the late fee penalty, I know last time there was a lot of questions about this. We are actually going to recommend something different tonight. We are recommending, so let's see, we're assessing 1 day after due date is what we would like to do and extend the due date by 5 days, but I'm going to go into that in more detail right now. So for the late fee assessment, last presentation, we recommended option C up here, and we said to keep the current due date and assess the late fee 1 day after the due date. So that gives them a total of 16 days to pay. And then there was feedback from you all that, you know, as an option, could we do a 5-day grace period, which would be keep the bill due date 15 days, but have a 5-day grace period there, which would give 20 days to pay. After we've done a little bit of research and we compared really across the state, other municipalities, and we also compared our peer group in the area. We actually would like to recommend now that we change our due date for our bills to be 20 days from the bill date, and then assess a late fee 1 day after. So of our peer group here, 3 of our closest municipalities all do 20 days and next day late fee assessment. And then also it's very consistent throughout the state that most of the bills have a due date at around 20 days. Some of them do have 15, but I would say that most of the ones we looked at were very aggressive in our due date currently at 15 days. So we would like to recommend that we change the bill due date to be 20 days and then do a 1 day after late fee assessment. I don't know, does anybody have thoughts on that, or?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. And it keeps people close-ish to what they're used to now, so there won't be such a reshuffling of finances around what time in the pay period they need to think about it.
Yeah, I think it's less confusing too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there was a time too, like there was maybe a few years ago where the printing or something got off. I mean, I know a lot of people are on like the e-bills now, but there was a period where we were getting our water bill in the mail and it was literally due like within 2 or 3 days. I know there was some kind of a print vendor issue or something, I feel like, but I feel like that kind of also gives a bit of a buffer in case people are still getting paper bills. So I think it's great.
I appreciate y'all going back on that and find another.
Yeah, and really it still is, it's not changing anything as far as our days of exposure. And that was the most important thing to us, is that we do better on our days of exposure and don't expand that. So by doing that option, we're not changing our days of exposure, but we're giving the customer more time to pay. And then we're also kind of winning on making the late fee be the next day too. So, but yeah, that puts us pretty much in line with everybody around us. And then, I'll go into the implementation timeline one more time, but so we've already done the July 22nd workshop meeting, and then today just asking council feedback and direction. And then the next meeting, we would like to propose those changes for adoption and then go live October 1st if possible. But we do realize there's going to be a lot of communication needs out there. So we do want to make sure that October 1st deadline or go live date is doable. And if we need to move that to maybe November, we could also do that. But I do want to make sure that we have enough time to get communication out to everybody, because it is a lot of changes.
Is that because you feel like you need 60 days from when we adopt it?
Yeah, I'm worried about the adoption date because we want to get the letters in the bills. So at that point, we're almost missing on being able to have at least a good month of communication.
Because we've all been hearing this, I feel like, a good bit, right? Is it okay to adopt it tonight and then this starts, at least you have more communication time so that we could start it then?
I don't see why we need to wait. Do we need to wait until September to adopt it?
Do we need any written policy adoption
I think you
or
could make a motion
resolution?
to accept the recommendations and direct staff to bring the documentation back in October consistent.
She can do it. Oh, sorry,
It's
and
on.
she can go, and they can start other work.
Exactly. If you all have already made the motion to accept the recommendations, then we can go ahead and start the public information piece, but still not officially adopted until September.
Because I feel like we're all on the same page, and if that gives staff more time, then, okay.
And we could just drop any ordinance changes or whatever, unless we need council to discuss it, we'll just drop it on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do that for sure.
And as long as finance and customer service had clear direction, that they can begin the communication.
That would work out really good.
Sweet. So do we need to make some sort of formal
I
motion
would, just that you're to accept the recommendation and direct staff to bring back the ordinance amendments and policy changes
There you go,
and
Liz.
contract updates at the September meeting for adoption. So somebody would say so moved.
So moved.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God. I was like, I'm gonna say I move whatever she said.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. We've got, we have our motion. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of moving ahead with these changes, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. We will move ahead, and get the formal paperwork next month.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you and the
Good job,
staff
Chris.
for all the time that was put into this big project. Okay. Next, consideration of Community Advisory Committee Charter and Rules of Procedure. Mr. Conant.
Mayor Volt, members of City Council, upon the direction of the City Council, we are rechartering or charting a new advisory committee. It'd be the Community Advisory Committee. This would be a committee that would, of citizens and residents of Hendersonville and maybe a greater area, I'll talk about that in a minute, that would really advise the council. The purpose would be to advise the city council in matters of transparency, communication, and engagement. They would serve as an advisory committee for staff to take. If we have complaints such as this, utility billing or other things that citizens are concerned, flock cameras, things that we can have a citizen committee to help provide feedback to staff as we are developing policies, as we're engaging the public. Where can we do better with communication? It's just another opportunity. Ultimately, those things come to you, but this is an advisory committee to help us do some work. We are getting ready to revamp our service excellence program. This committee would help support service excellence as it relates to how we're dealing with external customers. Also, one of the things that we need to work on is a very clear complaint process. Have some citizen has a complaint, who does it go to? How do we track it that complaint's been addressed, and how do we make sure that the citizen or the community's notified how we respond to that complaint? So we are proposing tonight to have the Community Advisory Committee. This will take place of the former Diversity and Inclusion Committee. So this will be the Community Advisory. The one question for City Council is, how would you like the membership and the appointment of this committee? The terms of service are very typical for the rest of our commissions. We'll start out with a staggered appointment to get those staggered terms. The rest of this charter are very similar to your other boards and commissions meeting. It depicts when they meet. I mean, putting the schedule together and gives that direction for once we form the committee. But it would be consistent of 7 members, either totally at large, or my recommendation may be 4 city residents and then 3 at large. That way you have a majority of members from within the city really helping the city, but then also you have, because of our utility customers, this is a mechanism that you may have those 3 other at-large members. Just a suggestion. Our city attorney may have her thoughts about that. Mayor would serve as the city liaison, and the mayor pro tem serving as the alternate city council liaison, because this is a committee that really is about engagement and working with the community. So we have the draft charter here. We're glad to answer any questions, need some direction about how you want the makeup of the committee to be. And we stand by to answer those questions, get that direction, and if you're so willing to approve it, then we'll begin the recruitment and appointment process.
So I agree with John that I think it should be 4 city seats and 3 at-large seats. I don't really like the idea of saying 7 at-large seats, because then we could end up with not a single city resident on there. And so I think that just makes sure that we're pulling, we still have opportunities for folks that may not live in the city but use the city. to be on the board, and like you said, the utility customers, but at least the majority of them would be city residents.
Could we say a minimum of 4 city?
May.
Mhm.
Because we don't know exactly who's going to apply.
You good with that?
Yes, I'm good.
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council approve the Community Advisory Committee Charter and Rules of Procedure as amended.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Not? Those in favor of the new Community Advisory Committee, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, motion carries. And we can move on with that, because I've had contact by some people that would be interested in serving. So we can get going.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. City Manager report.
Mayor, Volk, members of City Council, your July contingency and adjustment report is included in your agenda packet for your review. We'll stand by to answer any questions about that. Remind that we're having weather permitting, and we think we're in good shape for Splash Day on Saturday at Sullivan Park from 10 till 1. We are putting a couple different things together. We are having the fun things for the kids and the splash, but also we'll be there as kind of a resource center, a variety of staff trying to get engaged with residents to get their feedback on a couple of different things. So we'll be there doing that, particularly the new playground, police interaction in the Green Meadows neighborhood particularly, but also across the city. So a number of your leaders in this room will be there, enjoying watching the kids and adults play in the water, but we will be there. Maybe the police chief will even get wet, I don't know. But if the fire department has anything to do with it, definitely, right? But we will be there on Saturday, and so just remind you of that. And then finally, tonight, Mayor's Memories, August 7th, 2014. It was a short meeting, Mayor. I was there, but it was short. We were out of here by 8 o'clock, about this time exactly.
Okay.
Here we are. It was 7:57 on August 7th, 2014. We considered a budget and management position. It was our current deputy city manager's first promotion back in August of 2014. I thought that's a little bit ironic. We had our first, or an updated finance director, Lisa White, updated our petty cash policy to make sure as we were handling cash across the organization that we were counting for that and protecting the taxpayers' money. We had a public hearing, one of many that we've had around Grace Blue Ridge Church and Florence Street with that property. I think we finally have settled on that property, but a number of public hearings through the years related to the Grace Blue Ridge Church property. A public hearing also rezoning of 2 vacant parcels that ultimately became part of Interfaith Assistance Ministry over on Freeman Street. So allowed IAM to build their new facility and move from where they previously were. Our budget, one of our first formal budget documents were presented as a matter of information, and we had formatted it for the GFOA award, which we won that year. Parking on Half Moon Trail was a topic. Other parking issues, as I told the mayor the other day, or we were joking around that, man invented the wheel, and the next day they were complaining about parking. And so we had at that meeting, we had a consideration of parking issues and had our first more modern comprehensive parking study with Dixon Unlimited when they came in and looked at how we were doing enforcement. Several other things that happened related to pedestrian safety, the Square Dance Club at the Whitmire Center and everything. But so that was on August the 7th. And then ironically, on August 11th of 2014, there was a special joint meeting of the 7th Avenue Advisory Committee and the City Council. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, Steve Carricker was a champion of that area, and he made sure that we had a special meeting where we had brought in an architect to look at the facades and give some suggested some kind of free architecture work. They did a charrette. We invited the owners to come over, and we talked about how we can improve the area related to visibility, walking, looking at the structures. So we did that. One of the key leaders that I could not remember his name until I see it now, Carson Calton at City Tire, was part of that. Dennis Dunlap, Terry Ketchum, Chris Cormier, Farrell Bean was also instrumental, Jim Katstetter, and Martin Ray. So we had 3 meetings that month. The third meeting in August of that month in 2014 was the city attorney's performance evaluation, which is also ironic because we'll do that later this month for city attorney. So a lot of irony in what we do. We don't change much. So that is all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We do have, well, council, anything council wants to bring up? No? Okay, closed session.
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, I don't know what I'm doing right now, 143-318.11A1 and 6 to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to the law of this state or of the United States, or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness of an individual public officer or employee.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of entering closed session say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Motion carries, and we will head into closed session. Okay.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to say anything. This isn't my deal.
They can always look at the recording
Yes.
later on.
That's
All
true.
right. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council accept the resignation of John Connett and appoint Brian Polly as city manager, both to be effective October 1st, 2026, and authorize the mayor to negotiate and enter into an employment agreement with Mr. Polly on behalf of City Council.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the accepting the resignation and the appointment of the new city manager, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, motion carries. And October 1st, we will have a new city manager. And thank you to Mr. Connett. Right, okay, we are at the end of our business, and we are adjourned.